Okay, hello everybody, good morning. This is day 2 of SGHungerStrike4Gaza. Thank you all for joining us. All 7 of us have been on strike for more than 39 hours. We have made a commitment to be on hunger strike for 48 continuous hours to protest the genocide in Gaza and Singapore's complicity in it. And today joining us we have Francesca.
Hello, I'm Francesca. I'm a dancer, and I began my 24-hour hunger strike yesterday at 7 p.m.
Okay, we will end our hunger strike at 7 p.m. today on camera with dates and juice. So to reiterate, we make the following demands on the state of Singapore. Number 1, stop funding genocide. We demand the end of all military, economic, and academic ties with Israel and institutions funding and supplying genocide, starting with an immediate arms embargo and economic sanctions. Number 2, stand on the right side of history. We demand political and diplomatic consequences for genocidal entities, including isolation of Israel on the global stage. Specifically, we call for Singapore to join regional and global efforts to break the siege and abide by international law. Number 3, stop the persecution of pro-Palestine solidarity. We demand the state represent the people in Singapore and lift restrictions on civil liberties and expression. We further demand ending ties with Israeli spyware and surveillance technology, which is used to police our own communities. I'll now be passing the mic. I guess we'll do our reflections for today. Okay, I'll start with Jeremiah.
So I am now on the 39th hour of my 48-hour hunger strike for Palestine. The hunger I feel is sharp, but it is nothing compared to the famine that grips Gaza. A hunger that's constant, deliberate, and used as a weapon. My stomach aches, my body feels light, but these sensations are fleeting. For the people of Gaza, hunger has no end. It is not a choice. It is survival under siege. As I sit in this discomfort, I think of those whose suffering goes far beyond mine. The doctors, nurses, and families who have endured months of devastation. Among them are Dr. Hussam Abu Safia and Dr. Marwan Al-Hams, 2 Palestinian doctors whom Israel refuses to release, even under the current ceasefire and prisoner exchange negotiations. Dr. Hussam Abu Safia was the director of Kamal Adwan Hospital in northern Gaza. He stayed behind when the hospital was surrounded in December last year, ensuring patients were evacuated before Israeli forces raided the building. He was arrested that day. Since then, he has been held without charge or trial, beaten, starved, and denied medical care even for his heart complications. Over the months, he has lost more than 40 kilograms. His case has been condemned by Amnesty International and human rights groups around the world as an example of Israel's abuse of detained medical staff. Dr. Marwan Al-Hams oversaw Gaza's field hospitals during the height of the bombardment. He too was detained this year, and remains in Israeli custody. Unfortunately, very little is known about his condition or whereabouts. He has simply disappeared, like so many others. Both men are my colleagues and represent what is being lost in Gaza. Not just lives, but healers, teachers, and those who refuse to abandon their duty even in their darkest hour. This hunger strike is not about self-punishment, but it is about bearing witness, about refusing to look away. My brief hunger is a whisper of their endless suffering, a reminder that silence is complicity.
Do you want to share about how you're spending today also?
So I will be spending today thinking a bit more about this news about the doctors I just read this morning when I woke up. And I think that hurt me quite a bit. I was hopeful that with the ceasefire and with the prisoner exchange that was going to happen, that we would be seeing the release of healthcare professionals. I am deeply angered by this, and I will be spending this time reflecting about that, about how I, as a medical professional, can be in solidarity with my colleagues.
Thank you. Yeah. Hi, I'm Elijah. I'll share a short reflection that I wrote this morning. So I was curious about how the hunger strike would affect how my body looked. So I took photos on the first and last day of this strike. It's only been less than 2 days, and through the photos, my ribs are to me at least a lot more visible, but nothing compared to what Palestinians are forced through. The people of Gaza are put through days, weeks, months, years of food deprivation under Israel's genocide that the Singapore government contributes to. Their bodies change a lot more drastically. For now, my body has merely been burning through its glucose reserve. In Palestine, their organ function declines, they have vitamin deficiency, and they face neurological problems and psychological changes, and eventually risk death. As we continue our final few hours of this symbolic hunger strike, I keep the people of Palestine in my heart and the will for liberation in my hands as we continue to demand for the Singapore government to stop funding genocide, to be on the right side of history, and to stop persecuting Palestine solidarity. So for today, I'll be spending the last few hours of our strike spending time more intentionally with fellow strikers as we do some embroidery and also engage in some collective reflection on what these can all continue to escalate towards as we heighten these demands on the government to materially, to substantially stop contributing to the genocide. I also want to share Rio's reflections. Rio is not on camera, but they are continuing to strike. So Rio says, I'm grateful this morning to be back in this space with the community and once again leaning into our collective grief and anger. Every other day, we are forced to work like business as usual and scroll in isolation. This weekend has felt like a very grounding experience, being able to center the genocide in all our thoughts. I saw pictures this morning of Palestinians returning north to the rubble. The Israeli occupational forces remain in the majority of Gaza, and Israel bombed Lebanon within the duration of the strike so far. Whatever illusion of a ceasefire is tenuous at best. I'm thinking of the dozens killed in the last 24 hours. The state of starvation the entire population is in. Free Palestine and sanction Israel now.
Okay, thank you. You guys have very thoughtful reflections. Unlike my more articulate friends, I do have something to also reflect on. I think maybe the past night I was realizing that my strike might not be very hard for me, and I was thinking about why that's so. And I think a very big part of why this strike maybe is not as tough on me or my body is probably because I'm only worried about my own hunger. I'm realizing that a lot of the people in Palestine have to be concerned for like their family's hunger or like just their community's hunger, and a lot of these people are like children who are looking for food to support like even younger siblings because they don't even have parents to do that for them. So I think that's a big part of my realization or my reflection the past like 39 hours. It's just that I'm only concerned, like it's just my own hunger that I have to be worried about and not like family's worth of hunger. So yeah, today I think I just dedicate the time to think about all these children and all these people who are hungry and still hungry, even despite of despite of the announcement of the ceasefire. We know that they are still going through a lot, and then we see that they're still suffering even if on the global stage we pretend that it's like over when it's not really. So yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Hello. So it has been 39 hours of sitting in my beliefs and sitting with a community that fully recognizes the gravity of the situation, and specifically the fact that the ceasefire does not mean the end of the occupation. The ceasefire happens in parallel with all the consequences that my colleagues have mentioned, the death of so many people, the torture and abduction of doctors. Our hunger runs in parallel to the continuing hunger of the Palestinians. And this has further affirmed my conviction that this kind of protest must continue on until Palestine is truly liberated. Yeah, and for today's yesterday we have been spending our time with embroidery, engaging in conversations surrounding Palestine revolutions and such, and we will continue to do that today, spending time intentionally, sorry.
I recently visited Palestine about 2 months ago. I spent about 11 days in the West Bank, and I can say that since returning, my heart is still there, and especially after meeting so many beautiful Palestinians, super friendly, super warm, just like everywhere I walk, it's like, welcome to Palestine, where are you from? Like the nicest people, seriously. I've traveled a lot, and like just the nicest people I ever met. And I've faced, like, I've actually experienced the injustices that they face every day. Like, I went through the checkpoints where you're in the car and there's a soldier on a post and he's pointing the gun right in the front seat of the car, right at me. I was like in the front seat, and I'm thinking, like, how is this even happening? Like, that's just like, I only experienced that twice, but I can't imagine they've been going through this for 77 years, and this is just the West Bank. It's not even Gaza, right? So, okay, where do I go from here? Yeah, just knowing them and knowing the injustices that they face, and all the and looking at all the illegal settlements that are spreading like cancer, is building everywhere, just constructions going on everywhere, and even witnessing all the abandoned Palestinian villages that they were chased out of, even burnt villages. It's still there, like, all the evidence is still of all these crimes are still there, and I'm wondering, why is Singapore, that is our country, our government, that is so strict on rules and crimes, but yet you still choose to hold hands with the biggest demonic war criminals on earth right now? Like, that's just double standards and hypocrisy. So, yeah, and why I'm doing this hunger strike. When I was in Ramallah, I actually came across a group of people that were doing a hunger strike in the center of Ramallah, and I walked over to them and chatted with them, and actually apparently it was from Ramallah that this hunger strike spread to the rest of the world. And so when I heard about this happening, I was like, I just felt this strong need to do it and to stand in solidarity with Palestine. And I'm so honored to share this space with all you guys. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. I want to start my reflection by reiterating a question we got from our Q&A yesterday about, what's the point of a hunger strike? Personally, for me, we are not in the illusion that the hunger strike will do major things like change the law, but it can do one major thing. It stops us from neutrality, right? I'm not trying to change the world in big steps, but at least I'm making sure that I'm not changed, that I still stand by my ground, and I find a community that helps me stand by my ground. And that has been the strongest thought for me last night when I reached home. Because I reached home and my mom cooked ayam penyet for the family with her famous homemade belacan, and I could smell it from outside the door. Yeah, so it was quite a test for me. And she also bought like plums and all my favorite fruits, and I told myself, this is just one night, right? I just have to enjoy it for one night. And then I told myself that if I had just like lived on a normal day, where I go home and there's already food, and I get to eat and then forget about my troubles of the day. The sheer switch of like I could have a horrible day, but Ma is home and she cooked. Now I'm okay, right? And I think when I really, really, for the first time in my life, felt the nikmah, felt the privilege of like being home to a family that runs to the door when I'm home, and a mom that has thought of me hours before I even reach home. Yeah, right? All those things are so much more precious to me right now. And that is why hunger strike, right? It is because when you live day by day by day, you get alluded into this, like this phase of just like, oh, it's just another day, everything's okay. I don't need to think much. In fact, I get to not think, you know. But now I have to think and I have to reflect and I have to feel. And that appreciation, I feel like, is the core of why hunger strike. We are trying to grow ourselves in appreciation. And because we grow in appreciation of what we are right now, we want that for others. And that has made my resolution so much stronger. So that is why today I'm going to spend my day in a lot of prayer and meditation. Because I reflect on the Palestinian women, the hijabis of Palestine, that don't get to take off their hijab at the end of a very long, sweaty day because they believe that in case they are killed, at least when they are taken out of the rubble, they are in the dignity of being covered. So even facing death, they are modest. Even between bombs, they are praying. You know, when it could be said that they could be excused from praying because they're in such a dire situation. And I see videos of them under the rubble, still with one finger up saying, Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah. And I said, you know what? I've grounded myself physically through this hunger strike, but spiritually, I want to be connected to them. So that is what I'm going to do with my day today. On top of embroidery and building community, I also want to be able to take a moment in a corner and breathe and connect and pray for the Palestinian children that are right now with Prophet Ibrahim alayhi salam, and to connect with Prophet Muhammad alayhi salam, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, for the legacy they have given to Muslims in fighting for social justice. And with that, grow in my resolution to keep fighting for this. Thank you.
Thank you. I think, I resonate with Nuru's very moving reflection, and I want to add on that our hunger strike is not an action taken in isolation. It also happens following a very long, continuous stream, river of ground-up Palestinian solidarity actions since and before the escalated genocide in 2023, right? We have, we are doing this following the footsteps of people who have gone on letter delivery walks, people who have put up memorials at complicit academic institutions, and people who have gone to visit their MPs all over the island, expressing their opposition and demanding stronger action at the governmental level against Israel. And if there is cynicism towards why we're doing a hunger strike, something that might not seem pragmatic in the conventional sense, we also think the question is, why is it not working? Why is it that despite so much collective yearning and desperation and anger for us to be on the right side of history, who is stopping us from actually doing it, right? And I think, the answer is clear through our, right? And that is why we're here gathered once again today to demand that our government, representing our people and our voices, stop our complicity in genocide. And across our conversation earlier, a number has been the time that we have been our hunger strike comes up over and over again, and I don't feel great right now, right? And like I'm telling myself that there are like 9 more hours to go, and as Jeremiah so rightly shared, there is no such certainty for people who are acutely living under deadly injustice that we are connected to in some abstract but still real way. And and even as our hunger alerts us to even as our hunger alerts us to what we feel in our bodies, I think that sensation is also clarifying, telling us that we are doing this because we feel strongly about injustices elsewhere, and the way we respond to that is to unite in community, in principled action, and to demand stronger action on a political level through our demands. And yeah, I look forward to continuing to inhabit the space with everyone to talk about how we can hold each other's anger and grief and our strong desire for liberation.
Yeah, I think also as Ava was sharing about the legacy that we follow in Singapore, right, with the like many actions that have been taken so far, I also want to honor like the legacy of the fight within Palestine that continues, right? There have been decades of resistance, of fighting against the oppressors, of going on hunger strike, of going on strike, of bearing children, of living, and I think that like there's just so much that more that we can do, and I think that this is one of the ways in which we're doing it, as we not just like externalize the demands, but also like look inward and reflect on how we feel and ground ourselves within the Palestinian struggle as well. And I think like as we bring this like conversation back to Palestine, she'll be sharing about the fundraiser of
Okay, so this week, SG Hunger Strike for Gaza is spotlighting Fahad's fundraiser. Fahad is a 20-year-old Palestinian university student who is also a ground manager with Relief for Palestine, a Palestinian-led organization that provides food and water to fellow Gazans. You can read more about Fahad's story and donate through his Go Get Funding page, which you can find at the top of the screen. And between 12 to 12:30 p.m. today, we will be answering questions related to our strike and demands, which have been sent in by members of the public. So see you again then. Free, free? Palestine! Free, free? Palestine! Okay, we can chat, we can chat.
Okay, hi guys. So we're doing embroidery as something to fill up our time with as we share our reflections and talk to each other. This is the project I'm working on. It's Palestine, which is Palestine in Arabic. It has the Palestine flag, and it has all these flowers. It has an olive tree. It has a sunflower and roses. It's not done yet, so it will be done over the time of this hunger strike. And then these are my past projects. So we have I like doing Chinese characters. I think they're very intricate and like the direction of the strokes is very interesting. With Sakura. And then our friends here has some designs on their own that they've drawn. Okay, Christina, what have you designed?
I mean, it's just olive trees and people surrounding it. I haven't decided what to put in the middle yet, but probably a flag. Yeah.
Yes, and what about you?
This is Jaffa orange. Yeah.
Yes, so we have some Palestine-inspired embroidery. And the idea is that as we sit here and we talk about our thoughts, right, we have something to do with our hands to keep us grounded to the space. And hopefully you guys will learn a little bit of tool of how to embroider as well, because it's a very easy, low-level skill art. Yeah, it's just taking the needle and going up, down, up, down, up, down, right? But it's the mindfulness of what color do I want and what stroke do I want that
Making
creates
mistakes also.
making mistakes, because you have to that's the best part about embroidery. If you mess up, you just cut it and then take up the thread and you can restart. So it's not like paint where it's less forgiving, you know, we have to restart everything. And I brought all the colors, so we have like 50 sets of greens and we have like 20 sets of purple, and hopefully through that we also learn to appreciate that something as simple as scrap fabric. So I got this from the pile. Let's see. So this is the pile of like scrap fabric that I found, and then I just like cut a piece for everyone and put it on some hoops, and then there. And then you can also use like scrap threads. You know, if you ever had to sew your clothes and you have scrap threads. If you can see here, like the leaves here, the flower here, they're all scraps. That it was embroidered into something, and it became something beautiful. So that's what I really love about embroidery. So I was teaching them how to set their thread, and they have successfully learned it. What's the plan for you, Christina? What are you embroidering now? The flowers or the...
I'm doing the leaves and maybe the olives.
Yeah, so you
Yeah.
can show the camera that
I just have leaves left.
leaves
and the little
left.
olives. I don't know if you can see.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so she did the branches yesterday. So yesterday for hours she was just, her brown thread was just going through and through. I like that it looks like veins. I want you guys to see. It's so beautiful. Okay, she drew very well as well, but she also did the branches. And then Sweeting did let me help show the camera. She did the leaves and the first orange yesterday. Yeah. So for this size, it takes about 2 to 3 hours calmly embroidering. And also she did Sweeting already has some background in art itself, so she had really good ideas. So now we're going to continue embroidering. Don't mind us not directly looking at the camera as we're doing this, because we need our eyes. But if you guys have anything to share, go ahead.
Yeah.
The mic's here, by the way. So whatever you say on the mic. Okay. So you got it right. Then the leftover, you just coil it back. There we go.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Okay, might we just take the thread?
Yes.
Oh, there it is with me.
Oh, there's two threaders.
Oh.
There we go. Same
Oh my
one.
God, it's getting tangled in my
Eliza, when you're ready, you can share your design as well. What you got, girl?
Yes, you were drawing.
Oh, you're also doing all these.
Yes.
That looks nice.
Thank you. Cannot not do it. How to do the best thing.
Yes, yeah, it's true.
That is with Eliza. Did you have your pen, by the way? The friction pen.
Oh, I didn't bring it today.
Okay, pen. Then we'll just wait for Eliza to be done.
Oh.
Okay,
But
sorry.
you got this design
I might take
down.
your
At least-
I want to draw the heels.
Okay.
I think it has to be because it's brown.
Okay, can.
It's not
so
Is it possible to draw pencils?
Sure.
Is it erasable if you draw a pencil?
Actually, no.
Oh.
Apparently, yeah, pencil's not erasable on cloth. Funny, like, but it's erasable on paper. We need a friction pen. That is but it's okay. While you wait for the
I might have another actually.
here. Is that water?
It's
or
water
air?
though, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
So later when you're done, you spray water and the ink will
needs?
disappear.
Thank you.
There we go.
I don't know. It might be dry, so you just try it out.
Okay, so here's the tea, guys. When you want to embroider and you design, you can use a friction pen, because you can use a hairdryer and the ink will disappear. Or you can use a water-based, what do you call that kind of pen, Rhoda?
It washes away.
Yes, it's like
the name.
it's
Soluble.
a soluble, water-soluble pen. Yeah. So when you're done embroidering, you spray water and the ink disappears. It's very fun. Let's see.
Actually, you don't even need to spray water. With this humidity, sometimes it just
Oh, that's
disappears after a
true.
while.
Yeah, really. There's also the air-based one where the ink disappears in like 12 hours or something.
Oh.
I hated it because nothing finishes in 12 hours.
Yeah.
You embroider for like 4 hours and you're tired.
So sorry, I think the threader, I can't pull it through. Oh shit.
Do they look like mountains?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
They do, yeah.
And here's another pattern needle.
Hell yeah. I just put here just in case.
Sorry, now your needle is like a little bit longer.
That's okay.
But that just means your tail has to be longer as well.
Yes.
Anyways. Okay, I don't think I can hide it anyway, so I'm just gonna tell everyone. I bought this pile of like stickers and papers because I wanted to write some thank you notes for my fellow strikers and the care team and like everyone that's part of the project. I think something that we should also see on the live stream is how much work goes into the hunger strike, because you only see us on camera. There's a lot of people behind the camera and downstairs working for us. So I was thinking if I wrote the thank you notes in front of the camera, you guys can see that it actually is a lot of people. And I have some like cute tiny papers. It's not a lot, but I think it will mean something because maybe years down the road when we're still on this project, we get to see these notes and feel like that we have a community and we won't forget that. You guys want to use my papers also?
Yeah.
For free. Hi.
What? Oh my god.
Sitting the thread. Okay. Well, if anyone needs that specific orange, it's off the limits again. We have so many other oranges. Yeah.
I wanted that color.
Oh my god. It's okay. You can keep that, no problem. I have so many oranges. It's okay. Have it, Ali. That is my present to you because you can't read. So I can't write him a thank you letter. So that's his present. He is 7 years old. 3,000 years. Okay. Right, so do you want to pick the color first? What is the color?
Yes, I wanted the orange.
Okay, let's take another orange. No problem.
Like brown, like
You want that kind of orange?
I think different shades.
Okay, yeah, that's what Sweeting did for her leaf.
Yeah.
The top is bright green, the bottom is dark green, so that's like a shadow.
So if I want a shadow, the top should be darker or the bottom.
Okay.
Typically bottom. Bottom was
The light comes from the top. Yeah, Christina, the knot is on the longer.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. There we go. Then the shorter one doesn't have a knot. then you can put it there.
You cannot touch. Do you want me to take it off of the spool?
I think, yeah, you can take, no, you can leave it, let it dry, then I'll just leave it away.
No, it's more like I don't think she can touch it. Right?
Oh.
Back on the floor, Eva. Good, Jeremiah, so at peace.
But this floor is actually like super comfy.
Yeah.
Like something about lying on this floor is so good.
I wonder if they do like movie nights.
Oh,
Yeah. That would be cool.
Because if your eyes are tired, you can just keep asking me to help you with it. No problem. I can help you. Yeah.
Doggy. Oh no.
Okay, so the plan is, you can put this inside.
She won't eat anything, okay? Later she got
And then put it straight.
So much easier with this, huh?
Yeah. I asked 5 people yesterday if they knew what it was. They didn't know. I was
Not
wondering,
everyone like multi-achiever, not like you.
but wouldn't your moms have used it at least once?
No, she just goes directly through the needle.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, now you pull the thread out. Yay! You did it! So the plan is, your thread will always be like this. So there's one long, and the long one is knotted already. But if you later want to tie, it's just a normal one.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm gonna
Teach me in and out.
in out. So you're going to. Nice! Okay, now pick your colors, bro.
Wow.
So you're I'm gonna show this up here, then go down backwards. Go down backwards, and you go up, and you go backwards. So you're gonna continuously do the switch up and down, up and down, up and down. But you're trying to
Oh, like overlapping it.
you're trying to put on the same pole. Yeah, let me show you this. Wait, is this the sun or the mountain?
That's the top of the
The
mountain
top.
near the sun.
Okay, so like here to here, I
Yeah.
assume. Okay, I'm gonna just start here then. So I go up, and you do whatever length of stitch that you want. The random triangle. Then you're gonna go a little bit in front, and then you're gonna try and poke in the same hole. So there's no
gap.
Yes, or just keep on going until you want to end. It's not too bad. Okay, have you found the first color you want?
Yes.
And you have multiple colors.
Yeah, I'm seeing if it's compatible. I think I'll do this first.
Okay. Nice. Okay, let me set this up. Okay. Let me take this one for you. Hold on. Okay, so what's the plan for you? That's like the brown goes where?
The
What do you
brown
want?
is for the branch,
Okay.
and this green is for the leaf, then this is for the olives. So I'll do the olive branches first. Then
Okay. Now let me set the green for you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and then see my needle. Okay, I will try and ask anyways. Do you know what the trainer is? I'm still hopeful you know that someone will know what the trainer is.
Sorry.
Okay, no problem. You just poke.
Directly.
You just lick it. That's a lot of
Do
licking.
you want all or split one?
Yeah. Okay, so I'll teach you how to. This is a threader. Okay, can you put it inside?
Oh wait, yeah, I've used this before.
First. Okay.
When I was like 7.
There we
Then I
go.
never used it again.
Why? Why people? This is a life-changing technology.
Because I got too lazy to sew my own stuff after 7.
Okay, now you pull the thread through. Okay, is it a bit tight? Oh yeah, that's the needle that's tight. Sorry, let me give you another needle.
Okay, no problem.
Sorry.
Careful.
I think this one.
That's very bad.
Did it go through? Is it also timed? Oh my goodness.
Okay, boleh.
Okay, so now you make one long, one short, the sides. And then the long side, you tie a knot at the end.
So here I tie a knot.
Yes.
Like just one knot.
Yes. A good old normal knot. Okay, so let me show you how to embroider. Okay, which leaf are you want to embroider first?
I start from the left.
Okay, can. There we go.
Yeah, I show to the live stream.
Okay,
my
hold on.
design.
That is her. That is the what is the design here? We have sumut. What does sumut mean?
Steadfast.
Steadfast. Yay!
So resilient in our fight.
I like it. I like embroidery that has words. Come. So we're gonna start with this leaf, then you go right? Okay.
Okay.
So the plan is easy. It's up down, up down. So you go like there. Then you go down. Oh, the knot is very tiny.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, let me try again. Yeah. Okay. Let's try. There you go. So the idea is, you want to cover one stitch at a time. Let me cover like that. So if you feel lazy, just make bigger stitches. Okay. So the idea is you're gonna poke a little bit to the front, right? And then you're gonna go backwards. But try and poke on the exact hole.
Backwards.
Then you keep going forward. So you poke a little bit to the front, and then you go backwards. But on the exact same hole.
Okay.
Yeah. And then you
Then
go.
later I finish this leaf, I continue with the rest.
Yes. Then you move on to the next, over and over and over.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
I draw and I learn animation. Yeah, so that's what I'm trying to do. And
Oh,
my
she got
major-
your black one.
my-
It's okay, I'll use another black. You can keep this by the way, because I can't bring it home. Because it has liver on it. So it's okay, it can be his toy. I have other blacks.
You should just keep to one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, now you
Should we
have
just
to.
give him that one then?
Yeah,
Yeah,
but he already
mean,
started
you-
on the
okay.
black. So
Oh.
if you take him now, he'll try. He will. He
Yes.
might bite you.
Yeah, let me. He will bite you. Okay, wait, let me
Yeah,
check the
when
blacks.
he has something in his mouth, you try to take it out.
Aggressive, aggressive.
Yeah, that's protective over is not even his property. Now you just have to. Okay, I don't take any more.
Sorry? Oh yeah, I do. Yeah. It's a Ajam Studio. Yeah, that's the video. Cool, yeah. How about you? Are you like a dance instructor full time also?
And I teach.
How did you get involved with dance?
So I did because I mean I was trained in like yes, jazz and ballet or this, but like over the years I pick up other forms and then I did like belly dancing as well and so I went to Spain for this Barcelona for this Middle Eastern dance festival. Yeah, and then they had ducky instructors there. A few of the workshops there. Yeah, but it was mostly Egyptian ducky, so it's a bit different the style. Yeah, but we didn't really like do much like classes in ducky. Just that trip, and it was just a few days. And so when this October 7 happened, the genocide started, I was like, can I go?
Maybe you can stagger between this green and
A different one?
I don't know, spread awareness about what's going on, right? So, but I wanted to teach the Palestinian that way. So I wrote into, oh my god, he's taking
Okay, I have slightly bad news. Turns out that's my only black.
Oh.
So if you guys want black, then you guys can.
Do you need black?
No, I don't need black for mine. You guys need black.
Okay.
Elijah needs black.
Yes.
No, but I have taught them to
This
split the
Elijah,
black.
right?
So you guys
Elijah,
can
because
split the
now
black.
he's occupied with the orange. If you can quickly pull it away. Yes, okay, good.
Okay.
Bro just took it.
Yeah. Men and their audacity.
Okay, if I need black, I'll use that one. That one you guys can use. Oh, thank God I taught you guys how to split the black. Yes.
Yeah, so then I did like I went to do some research about like dance companies in Palestine, and then Al-Funun Stroke Octa. So they are like they've been around for 45 years. It's like the most established dance company. And so I wrote into them and said, hi, do you teach dance classes online? Yeah, and then they replied and then connected me with one of the trainers. And we did like some online classes. So then I started teaching what I learned. And they did like I did classes to teach the dance. Yeah. And then when I did the concert May this year, Palestine.
Oh, I think,
Yeah, I actually got the trainer down to perform.
Wait, that's awesome.
Workshops, and then after that I was like, I think I need to go there and like, because he could only come for like a couple days, and then he left, so didn't have much time to learn.
Yeah.
So yeah, so it's like I think I want to go and just do like an intensive 10 day. So I went with my husband and then we did like every day for 2 hours every day. We trained with Alphabet dance. So yeah, and then now I'm teaching whatever I learned in Palestine.
So was that also the same as like the same trip where you went?
Yeah, it's just that one time. Yeah. So staying in Ramallah. The dance company is in Ramallah. Yeah. But we did like day trips out lah to like Nablus and Jerusalem. Yeah. I wanted to see more, but it's like they didn't advise to go to like Hebron and all because too much fighting. So it's like Lebanon. Yeah, but it was an experience for sure. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you have to deal with going through the immigration fuckers. Sorry, was that on?
Are you allowed to swear?
I didn't think.
Okay, we will try to limit the swear. Which mic is on?
All.
Oh, okay, all the mic.
Oh,
Okay.
delete that.
You can do MC16. PG-13, MC16.
Yeah, overlay with the P.
So if I want to I just do a date not read.
Yes.
Okay, I think I can do that.
Hey, my orange singing.
It's okay, you can just let out
Yeah. It's okay, I really see.
I know you reached that point.
My sketch singing, that was so cute.
But yeah, like just meeting all the other dancers there. A lot of them do the rooms in their list. Yeah, because a lot of them they go and mobilize and share photos and things like building. A lot of them got shot randomly.
choose who want to answer? Who's moderating? Here. Can I ask him to come up? Oh, okay.
Just in a zen mood. Now we're getting out of it. No problem. Not like you have to stop for lunch anyways. So after the questions. What are the questions?
From last night, right?
Can you help read out?
My phone.
Oh, okay, little.
But you can think about it like, the first one is how do you personally deal with the very intrinsic / primal needs of hunger?
Oh, okay, then pause the live stream first. I let you discuss.
But like, I don't. How about we move the mic away?
Oh, you mute the mic.
Yeah.
Thanks for joining us in our very short and quick session. It will continue after the Q&A. But I'm going to go and set up for the Q&A. So see you guys in a bit.
So how do you personally deal with the very intrinsic primal needs of hunger, hunger pangs, etc.?
I can answer that. Okay, hi. Yes, thank you for the question. And yeah, for those who are just tuning in, we're doing our midday broadcast with questions and answers about our strike and our demands. Yeah, so I don't think hunger is necessarily primal. It's like a reasonable, sensible, like feeling to have. And yeah, and like I didn't sleep well last night. I was craving some kind of sensation in my mouth, and I feel a bit weird in my body. So yeah, that's that. And I think what happened last night was that I ended up reading about Palestinians' experiences of hunger in Gaza, and I read horrific stories of parents who have to watch their children or their grandparents starve or cry and like not being able to do anything about it, or like people who try to line up at aid distribution points but having to flee back home because the Israeli forces suddenly opened fire and it was either like running back or dying without food. And it just pains me to say these words. And I think even while I don't feel good in my body, what also dawned on me was that was just how hard, how different it is, how difficult it is to even claim that we can approximate the experiences of people in Gaza when we are also the ones handing over the gun that's being used to kill them. And yeah, and I think that and yeah, I think like all feelings are feelings, but feelings can also be interpreted in different ways, and that includes interpreting them politically. And I think what feeling hunger does is that it helps me to it sharpens the focus, the felt contrast between people who are bearing the brunt of imperialist violence and us in a rich country whose wealth is largely dependent on exploiting the global working class. And yeah, it made me a lot more conscious of why I'm here, what we can do as people, and that is to make our collective demands that we act together as not just as individuals, but also politically through our demands, and yeah, to keep going at it and to do our part in dismantling this global machinery of war and suffering. And yeah, so I guess hunger doesn't go away, but it's about what it leads us, where it leads us to.
Okay, so specifically about how to deal with hunger pangs, I think like if I say the level of our hunger is completely on a different level from that of the Palestinians, and if it comes to real starvation, there is no dealing with the hunger pangs at all. So this is something I've read in passing. People like when you ask where the core of a human being is, most people would say like it's in the heart or in the brain, but those who've been through famine, they will often say that it's actually the stomach. A human being is just their stomach, because in real famine you cannot think about anything other than food. It is a constant reminder, and that often in places affected by famine, people will give their pets away because they will end up eating them eventually, and they can't bear it to do it themselves, so they give them to their neighbors. Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to piggyback off that one, right? So I think at least for the bulk of us, the meaning of hunger, it's almost like a protective mechanism, right? It's our body telling us that we need sustenance, that we need to refuel, that we need to take a break, right? And that seems like like a mandatory thing for us, right? But when you juxtapose that with the magnitude of the hunger that's going on in Palestine, where this is not anymore about sustenance, but it is a vehicle for torture. It just that juxtaposition is so painful and just so stark, right? And I think that's something that's very sobering to me.
Just to add on very quickly, also, I think also like the hunger that we're feeling is not something that I would define as like something we're dealing with. I think it's something that we have chosen to feel through and have those like physical sensations be a reminder for us to think about what's happening in Palestine and also why we're doing this, to remind us of like what the demands that we are committed to bringing to the Singapore government. Yeah. Can we have the next question?
This is a cruel one. Is there a specific food you miss now or are craving? LOL.
Oh, it was ready.
Yeah, so I spent this morning talking to one of our folks on the support team about a Palestinian cookbook, and I made a food wish list. Yeah, I don't have my phone here right now, but it's like, oh, they're gesturing to show the book on camera. Yeah, I don't have a list right now, but like, yes, here's the book, shout out. Yeah, it's beautiful. Yeah, but like, I really want falafel, and honestly, if I just open to a random page, chances are like, yeah, the green shakshuka. Do you want to show it?
Wait, I saw this. I want a green shakshuka so bad. Like I always eat red shakshuka as one of my favorites, but I've never tried the green one. And it looks amazing. Yeah, that's it.
What's in my list? It's a really long list, and like we were talking about the ways to make labneh at home. Like apparently you need actual Greek yogurts, and like yeah, and like where to buy za'atar in Singapore and Mustafa. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But yeah, it's also a reminder that we even get to have these conversations in the first place.
Okay, mine specifically is prawn noodle soup, for a very specific reason, because I have been wanting to eat it for I think 2 months, and the multiple times I went to a shop to get the prawn noodle, it's always closed. So Allah was like, Nurul, I'm gonna give you your prawn noodle, and it's gonna taste amazing because I haven't eaten for 2 days, and also because prawn noodle broth is usually pork, so to find a halal one was hard enough, right? And the halal ones aren't open where I wanted to go. And when I finally do eat it, inshallah tomorrow, it will be amazing. And it's also giving me the strength to hold on lah. Yeah, because I know it will taste better when I finally get it. So that's prawn noodle, guys.
Okay, freshly baked bread, and then you peel off some of it, you soak it in olive oil, and then in the za'atar, and you just put it in your mouth, and it's the best.
I want butter chicken, the 7-Eleven one. Yeah.
I just want mala with the tofu skin and the black fungus and everything else. The noodles. I want like 4 stacks of noodles in my mala, and then like it has to be like level 4 or something spicy. Yeah. Oh no, it's okay. I can do it. It's worth it.
Whoever asked this question, you're damn bad, yeah. Cause joking. Cause I was not feeling very hungry after like I've just been like for the past 40-ish hours, like I've just been feeling like it's 2 p.m. and I haven't had lunch, kind of like feeling. But after hearing all the like delicious foods that people are craving, I'm like, oh no, I'm very hungry. I want cookies and cream ice cream. Yeah.
My Sunday routine is always the chicken rice from the hawker store downstairs my house. So, yeah, I'm really, really craving that because today's Sunday, right? And that's part of my usual routine. Yeah.
Next question. What's the most surprising obstacle you've encountered so far?
The previous question.
Well, for me, it's writing reflections, because there's a lot to think about all the time, and also because this community it has been such a awesome experience so far that it's just hard to find anything particularly striking to say. And then with regards to everything going on with Palestine, it's just because things have been going on for so long, and we've been saying so many things so many times over and over that, whatever we want to reflect on is probably being reflected on months ago. Yeah, so yeah, that's just for me. I think. Anyone else?
Yeah, you're good. Okay. I have a very specific struggle. I've been doing my prayer beats, and it's extra hard during the hunger strike, not because I'm hungry, because the emotions are very heavy. I think for Muslims who do prayer beats, it's very standard. You have 33 things you're grateful for, 33 things that you want to improve on, 33 things that are beautiful in this world, right? But when I did my basic 33 things I'm grateful for today, I felt overwhelmed, like almost to the point of tears, because I really, really felt it. Like I said, my mom's ayam penyet, right? I will not shut up about it, because I really, really, finally, really appreciated mak and her sambal belacan. And I found myself on the bus ride here. It was supposed to be a 40-minute bus ride. It became 1 hour because of the jam. And I couldn't finish a 10-minute prayer beat session in that 1 hour, because I kept having to pause and take a breath and having to pause, right? So I think just like you said, reflecting is hard, but internalizing it and holding it in your heart, because I know I won't feel it once the hunger strike ends, right? It was a lot of emotions on the bus this morning. Yeah. But hopefully today, with the community here, I'm not alone in the bus anymore. I'll be able to finish it. And one thing that I really want to reflect on is La ilaha illallah, which can be reflected on that everything comes from Allah. And the reflection of God is good and God is love. So there's some wisdom in why things happen the way they did happen. And I think coming to terms of that has been quite a challenge for me. But it is a challenge I'm willing to keep reflecting on. Because truly I am so inspired by the spiritual strength of the Palestinians. And I would like to know, what is it? What is there and what are they feeling? So that's been one of my greatest struggles. How about you, Eva?
I'm okay actually. Yeah, I don't have something moving to share. I thought that coming into this would bring up a lot of other feelings surrounding hunger and food from my personal life, but actually no. I think I'm so grateful to be surrounded by community who are so committed to each other's liberation and to caring for each other on the road to that. Yeah, I feel really clear about what we're doing, and I think I speak for everyone to say that like Elijah said, this is a choice that we have made to be doing the strike, to be channeling, to be amplifying our demands through our strike, and we understand that, and we talked about the risks. We decided that we can do this to contribute to our collective fight for liberation and to stay well enough after to keep contributing to the causes that we want to fight for. And I know that everyone has different relationships to food and bodies and whatever. And no matter what you choose to do, and this is not the only way, there are ways to stand in line with your principles, to demand for the kind of freedom that you so yearn for everyone. And yeah, we'll be happy to talk about it. DM all the Instagram accounts out there, organize your workplace, whatever, right? Yeah, we're all in this together.
Okay, so this was an obstacle that's not specific to the strike, but ever since taking part in more of these initiatives, rooting myself in the gravity of the situation, I think some of us might resonate with this, but we will find that it's very hard to you'll find that maybe you don't live on the same dimension as the rest of your family and friends, because once you realize the scale of the things and our complicity in it, it feels like everything becomes everything is political. Traveling is political, eating food is political. You just cannot divorce anything from the fact that all of this contributes towards something, and the fact that none of your friends and families are aware of it, and also even to those that are aware of it, how little can be done and how little are willing to take initiative. So yeah, that's why it's more imperative that we need more people to come with us. Yeah. Yeah, good.
enough to boycott or to even talk about Palestine?
I think I'll take this question specifically to represent as well, because it is true the Palestinians are very close to the Muslim heart, but I do still see Muslims at Starbucks and McDonald's and Burger King and KFC, and like at first I couldn't come to terms with it, but I found a wisdom that I really like, which is that above all, having compassion is important, but having compassion to your fellow friend or mate who cannot boycott or cannot I cannot say that cannot support Palestine to the way you want, right? Because it's been 2 years, and at some point I tell my best friends, if you really still need your morning Starbucks, I really cannot do anything. But who am I to say that they weren't supporting in other ways that they could, right? And I think it took a lot of forgiving myself and forgiving the people around me for not boycotting the way that I want them to. And I have a very touching story of I have a friend who seriously cannot boycott because her family already likes McDonald's, because it's tied to their memories of young. You know, for people who cannot afford extravagant restaurants, McDonald's was their childhood, right? So it's not just I don't want to support genocide. It's like there's nowhere else that we can get that feeling, right? But that friend later on, I found out that she has been secretly doing way more for Palestine than I ever did. Yeah, and I'm saying things like the entire paycheck just goes straight to Palestine, you know? So January, they will try to save and starve as much as they can because their February, March paycheck goes to Palestine, but they cannot boycott McDonald's. So when I see this, right, I feel like there's already a lot of anger already in the movement, right? So why don't we push in more compassion? And I tell myself that, you know, every time I feel anger, I just tell myself, for all you know, they are doing more than me. For all you know, they are praying at 3 a.m. for Palestine. For all you know, they are vigorously emailing MPs. For all you know, but they're doing it secretly because of their jobs or maybe because of their environment. So I think I want to hold that space, you know, out of all the things I can be angry at, I don't want to be angry at my fellow friends that struggle to boycott, because in the grand scale of things, I want to put more compassion and kindness into the movement. But I have to admit, I myself for very long had that anger. Yeah, maybe until now. But I changed my mindset towards this because I feel it's more sustainable for me in the long run. Because there was just too much anger everywhere, especially in Singapore where there's a lot of malls. You take a car, drive down the road, so many things you can see. You want to go out, have some lunch, so many more things you pass by. So I changed this mindset, and that's how I adopt and adapt to this. Does anyone else want to add on to it? We're good for the next question? Are we good?
I guess this is with the assumption that like my friends and family are not doing more than anything, and they can't even boycott. So like, you know, like compassion aside, like let's say they're not doing anything at all. I think maybe people struggle to do these things, like to have little sacrifices for bigger issues, because I think that they are very entrenched in routine or very entrenched in like just system or their lives, and they don't take like, or they can't or unable to take a step away from everything that they've always been doing, everything that they've always been consuming, that it becomes sort of just like a part of their everyday. Like it's just natural, it's become naturalized into them. So I think that maybe to deal with something like that is to maybe make them, I don't know, like saying like make them aware is very weird. It's more like, for me personally, me being compassionate for the Palestinian cause happened because like I think reality literally like fell before my eyes. It's like a very stark realization that everything that I do is like somehow always going to be deeply entrenched in some, like in blood, like in something violent. And then it's like there's a sense of helplessness or realization that dawned upon me. I feel like people are so entrenched in just their lives that this realization or this internalization doesn't come to them. So I'm not sure how to make it happen, but I think that like one of the ways that we can make people care even just a little bit, just to boycott, is to give them, or to somehow create space where they can have that emotion, or like move away from just routine or their everyday to start to think about it, you know, like it's like just a realization. So I don't know, like that's where I think it starts at least. Yeah.
For me, I would say just keep doing whatever you can. Don't hide when you're doing activism. Don't hide. Because eventually, but you don't try to force it onto them either, because when they're not receptive, nothing you say is going to, move them. But just keep doing what you do. Eventually, they will start asking about it, and that's when you can slowly try to, talk to them. Because I've been able to start this conversation with a few colleagues. Then just when doing this hunger strike, my mom asked me, hey, why are you going out on Saturday and Sunday? I say, I'm going on a hunger strike. So I've been able to have that conversation with her, and she's someone who, because of the way news functions around here, she hasn't really read that much into the occupation of Palestine, but because of that conversation, I was able to introduce the concept at least a little bit to her. So yeah, that's just keep doing what you do, be steadfast. Yeah.
Actually, that is so true, because there was a time in my life where I was scared to wear my keffiyeh out, and what made me wear it again was a random far-off stranger at the corner of the bus wearing a keffiyeh. Then the next day I started wearing it again. So you don't know the impact of like you being loud in, like you said, be an activist, be proud that you're pro-Palestine, and then just be. Yeah, you'll be surprised who hears you, who watches you, who's inspired by you, and what that does to the people around you. Yeah, I myself really strongly stand by that. If you just focus on being the best you that you can be authentically, you will move hearts. Yeah, more than you can realize. Yes, does anybody else?
I agree with you, but I also do think that if there's an opportunity to actually speak to someone who's maybe still unaware about it, I would actually okay, so for example, I did a production performance, and I worked with like a bunch of new young dancers that I've never worked with before. And then we were there for rehearsals, and they were like, okay, let's get some breakfast. So there was a Killarney nearby, so we all popped into Killarney. But one of them was like, didn't order anything. So I was like, are you going to get anything? She's like, oh no, I'll grab Starbucks on the way back. So I was like, oh, okay. So I'm a bit more direct in that sense, where I just showed her a very graphic video from something out of Gaza. And I'm like, okay, do you know that you're supporting this if you buy Starbucks? And then she's like, what's this? And she was quite genuinely shocked and everything. And I was like, yeah, so there's this whole BDS thing going on. And I was explaining to her and also the other like dancers around. And then in the end, what happened was they all downloaded No Thanks app. So yeah, so I'm a bit more direct in that sense, but I do believe in like just keep doing and setting that example as well. Yeah.
I think building off from that very quickly. Sorry, Ali. Yeah. It's also that like as organizers, as people who are in solidarity with Palestine and expresses that publicly, right? What we want to do is also not to like shame people or judge people for like what they are doing also, especially in such a depoliticized climate whereby like there's barely any news about Palestine, and if there is any on mainstream media, typically it parrots like Zionist or US kind of like messaging. So I think there is a lot of unlearning that we need to do as a society, and when we approach people and express our grievances and concerns, we also want to understand where what values are important to them, right? And how that aligns or disaligns with like our solidarity with Palestine. So having like organizing conversations with people, getting to know where people are at, and like moving the needle from there, I think it's something that is important. Yeah, instead of like we're not here to like shame or judge anyone. We're operating within very authoritarian climates that we are all aware of, and that we are trying our best to engage with people with compassion as well. Yeah.
I see, when the first time I heard Francesca's story, that actually also inspired me to do that to my closest friends. I feel like we feel a bit jaded by the violence on our screens, right? You will be surprised some people really never saw that. It was never on their algorithm. Really, the algorithm is just like cats and like, like just like very cutesy stuff, right? So yeah, when she did that, I was like, I'm just gonna show one video, and it did leave an impact actually, right? Yeah, so I think especially for your closest circle that you can have those conversations with, prepare, because you have a bunch of videos ready, ready to show. Yeah, she has. Yeah, I did that. After she shared that, I actually did that. Yeah, she did have some impact. Have some infographics ready to show. Have some posts ready to show. That actually does help a lot. Yeah. Okay, I'm ready for the next question. Okay.
Related, why do you think there's such a lack of empathy and humanity within Singaporeans when it comes to these large-scale issues?
I think maybe one thing is, like we've all mentioned, that we live in a very authoritarian climate, so like we don't have access to a lot of these news, and as a result, I think like we're all very depolitical. Like Singaporeans are not very encouraged to be political, so maybe that's why there's a sense of apathy. I think there's also this perception that Singaporeans, of the government, of their own government, that they are very providing, or we have a lot of our needs met. So I think that there is a sort of sense of inability to extend their empathy to people who maybe do not have the same privileges. Because I mean, it is true that our government does provide a lot for Singaporeans. I think that we become very entrenched in that. I mean, if I have conversations with other people, sometimes they're always saying that activists shouldn't really be making so much noise or talking too much, because we should be grateful that our government is good, our healthcare is good, we have good public transport infrastructure. So we stop there. I think a lot of people stop there and they don't see how we can do much more. It's the fact that we have a very capable government that we should be expecting more from them. So yeah, you wanna?
Yeah, I think in addition to that, also Singapore, because we have this crisis mentality all the time. We are conditioned to believe that Singapore is always on the precarious edge, and we should not, move anything. We should not say anything out of order. We should not rock the boat. We should not say anything against Israel, because they'll turn around and bomb us any day. And then, above that is kind of related. Singaporeans are also very used to I think, in my opinion, prioritizing comfort over everything else. So it's a combination of self-preservation and self-comfort, I guess. For this, for example, this is just my personal, a lot of the concern of most of my friends when we go to any place is whether there's aircon or not. Instead of, so we kind of refuse to not refuse, but we aren't exactly given the opportunity to step outside of our comfort zones. And as a result, we are not very inclined to do that either. So, when we see videos of, mass carnage, we tend to just scroll away. And then if there is no incentive to engage, we will just tend not to engage at all. I think, that's why.
Yeah, I think it's also important to think about the context that we're in, right, which is a very capitalist and authoritarian government, and this is decades of depoliticization in action. It's not suddenly Singaporeans don't care, or Singaporeans are heartless or what. I truly believe that it's not true lah. I think that Singaporeans have empathy, have compassion, and have humanity, and we see that with how people are trying in small ways to donate to charity, or even values of filial piety. A lot of peers my age, they talk about how they want to start a job not just for themselves but to be able to retire their parents, that kind of stuff also. And I think we do care about each other. It's a matter of why is it that we have been taught not to care about people outside of our individual spheres and outside of our families. And a lot of it has been decades of depoliticization. There was Operation Coastal, Operation Spectrum. We used to have a flourishing student movement whereby students protested against the South African apartheid. I think there's a photo I saw from Singapore Polytechnic where students just unfold a banner from the school building. There were also students who went on strike in solidarity with the bus drivers as well. I think that's what we know as the Hockley bus riots. And there were also, I think, 700 or 800 students who were in solidarity with students who petitioned at the Istana to call for to raise their concerns about mandatory conscription when it was introduced at that time. So there is years of history of Singaporeans being able to stand on the side of humanity, on the side of collective liberation, and that has been erased, right, in like so much of our educational resources. Like I don't remember hearing about this in my history lessons or social study lessons, or if they were, then it's like, oh, all these communists are like bad guys, that kind of stuff, that kind of messaging, instead of something that's more nuanced, and how that points towards how we have achieved some level of like liberation or like freedom that we have. And I think that it's important to honor this side of our local history and how much we have held collectively people power, and how that's been taken away from us, and how we are rebuilding that. And it's going to be a gradual process, right? We have millions of people in Singapore currently, out of which 7 of us are on a hunger strike. And also, like, it's not just 7 of us, right? There's a whole team behind this, moving things as well. And we are moving things gradually, slowly, and surely, so that we can build a sustainable movement and remind fellow Singaporeans about like how much compassion we do have, and how that plays out politically as well. It's not just something that we keep individually, and it's something that we extend beyond our personal spheres. And what even is personal spheres, right? Like, the personal is political, and like how how much power the state has to increase our GST is also how much power they have to continue killing, not directly, but like through their collaborations with Israel, killing the Palestinians who continue to face genocide. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's true, because actually, Singaporeans are all actually very kind if you give them an opportunity to. Like, I've asked strangers for help for the strangest things. Like, I asked someone to accompany me inside the wait because I didn't know what to do inside. And then I had people come up to me on a bus stop. They asked me, oh, where should I go for this? And all the time they've shown they are very relieved, like, oh, they thought that I would reject them. So I think this is part of the capitalist system, as Elijah did mention. Like, it is designed to isolate us not only from politics but also from each other. So like, even if we are kind, we don't exactly get the opportunity or feel able to show it or even ask for help from others. So like, in this kind of climate where like you don't even feel that comfortable asking strangers, your fellow countrymen, for help, where you don't feel that comfortable, where you don't trust that your fellow country people have empathy towards you, I don't think it's possible to have empathy to like, sorry, how to say I don't think it's possible to have an outlet to show the empathy for the rest of the world as well. So it's very important to try to break the barriers first between you and your neighbors, between people from the same country, and then involve yourselves with the politics of your own country and then other countries. Yeah.
Sorry, something to add. Also, sorry, I yapped a bit already, but like there's still some things I forgot to mention. Yeah, I think also like there are recent developments of authoritarianism growing in Singapore, right? With POFMA, with FICA. So I think it's not just that like Singaporeans are deprived the right to like the freedom of expression, but we are also like sucked off the freedom to know, right? Not just like through the algorithms that are controlled by corporations, but also how content is being restricted, even through like independent platforms as well. I think there's a lot of like knowing and unknowing and unlearning and learning that we have to do, and we have to do that through having one conversation at a time lah, to bring people in, to invite people into the movement. And on top of that as well, we do live in very hyper-capitalistic, in a very hyper-capitalist society, and that takes a lot of energy and time away from people, such that people don't even get a chance to just sit down and chill, furthermore study politics or like what's happening in a political realm, right? And it's up to all of us to like weave these into our day-to-day conversations, because these are day-to-day things that are happening. It is a bread and butter issue that our taxpayer monies are going towards genocide, and this is something that people should care about, and we need to continue pushing against state narratives of what bread and butter means, and like what issues we should be caring about, and how we should be caring about it, and how to express it, and how to learn it, and how to know it. Yeah.
Yeah, so when Elijah brought up things like POFMA and Fika, it just kind of brought me back to, when I was introduced to this and I was thinking a bit, thinking quite hard whether I would want to participate in a bit more visible capacity one, right? And I think as someone, I think I do a lot of activism things. There was still a very tangible fear one, right? Of what are the possible, I guess, like legal or legal kind of ramifications on myself one, right? So if I'm feeling that fear, I can completely empathize with how other Singaporeans who might not necessarily have the kind of support that we have, we're very lucky to have this group here supporting us, how they might feel about it, one, right? I think it's complicated when we talk about apathy among Singaporeans, one, right? Or to just dismiss it at apathy, one, right? I think this is a culmination of a mix of factors, including culture, the pace of life here, things like authoritarianism, things like censorship, and also a tendency to focus on our personal issues rather than collective struggles, one, right? I think we have been conditioned for a very, very long time to value that over collective things like liberation or being a community. So I think there's these sorts of lens or framework that we have to think about, that how a lot of Singaporeans have been conditioned to think, one, right? I am a bit more hopeful, one, right? I think as a queer healthcare worker, I have seen so many people be supportive to me in that capacity, one, right? Like queer resistance, queer liberation in Singapore is something that a lot of people are working very hard on, right? And over the years, I have seen so many new faces, so many energized faces caring about my journey and making sure that I am having a safe life in Singapore. I think as a healthcare worker, one of the big examples was this during the COVID-19 pandemic, when Singaporeans galvanized to support our healthcare workers here, one, right? That was probably some of the toughest parts of my career, working by myself in isolation with a oxygen suppressing mask in ICU. Very, very depressing times, one, right? And the collective kind of like support from Singaporeans, whether it was through things they were sending to the hospitals, they were sending things like food, letters. A lot of people were sending me messages to keep me in good spirits, knowing how difficult it was, one, right? So I think these are very, very good examples that Singaporeans have the capacity to care, that they have humanity, one, right? So no, I think this idea of Singaporeans being apathetic is being spoken about in a vacuum, one, right? And that we can be a lot more optimistic about it.
Next question. How do you deal with the grief of it all?
Okay, so I think we're not really dealing with the grief. I think that the grief is very necessary to push us to action. A lot of how, like, our motivation to do things in the first place is because, like, we allow the grief and the feelings that we feel when seeing all the Palestinians getting killed. Like, we allow the feelings to sit and to settle and to really we embody it and we feel it, and those emotions are what pushes us to want to do things in the first place. I think that we live in a climate that makes us, or incentivizes us to compartmentalize certain things or certain feelings for to function normally or to be productive and stuff like that. So I think that being able to feel the grief and not really dealing with it, but to really sit with it, is a radical action that allows us to really do anything with it at all. So I think it's very necessary. Yeah. Anybody want to add?
Yeah, I think it's incredibly natural and sensible to be feeling grief or anger or loss after watching 2 years and counting of live streamed genocide. I can't believe I'm saying that phrase out loud. Yeah, but I also think that to grieve, one must first be able to love. And I think if we feel loss, devastation over the kind of atrocities that we're witnessing in Gaza and elsewhere, then I think there's a part of us that recognizes our common connections with each other across borders, across distances, and how we are all equally and infinitely deserving of a flourishing good life, and that flourishing good life is being torn apart like every second by missiles, by apartheid, by enforced starvation. And and I think that kind of common fragility too, like many of my comrades shared, like we're also trapped in inaction partly out of fear. And I think like that kind of common fragility and hope that we share, the kind of love that we feel for each other, can also be a powerful and productive feeling in directing us towards what to do next. And and to invite us into sharing these feelings with each other, with others who feel the same way, and to act together for a flourishing life for all of us. And we think the best way to do that right now is to be on strike and to be iterating our demands for the government.
Thank you. I really like what you said about in order to feel grief, you need to love. Grief in itself is not a bad thing. Yeah, grief in itself is a byproduct of loving someone. So when I talk about grief, I greatly reflect on the fact that I just see grief as proof that I loved someone and I cared about someone. And yeah, grief is a part of it. Grief is what you get. It's if you buy something, you get a receipt. You love something, you get grief. That's it. So I don't see grief as something that I need to endure. I think it's a privilege to feel grief, because it's a privilege I got to love something, and it's a privilege that I loved it till the end, and it's a privilege that I still love it. So the price that I get is grief. So I definitely think like when the words like enduring grief, I don't think it does justice to what grief actually is. And also in my personal experience with grief as well, I feel there is a lot of pacifying. I don't want to feel sad. I need to function. Back to capitalism, right? We need to function. Don't feel too much grief. Just get back to work. And I felt this myself when my uncle was very sick in the hospital. I went to visit him, and I know it was one of his last days, and I still went to work. And I asked myself a lot, like why did I have that in myself, that I saw someone I really love in the hospital, and my brain is still like, okay, but you have work at 5, huh? You know, and then I really reflected that there is something wrong. There is something horribly, horribly wrong with me. So after that, grief looked very different to me. Yeah, I felt a part of me, my younger self, wanted to run away from the grief of the room. You know, when someone's about to leave, you feel a lot of sadness. I need to avoid that. I need to function. But sit with it, just like what was said just now. Sit with the grief. Appreciate that you are able to feel grief, because even that, there is a little bit of privilege in that. So that is how I handle my grief through this all. Does anyone else have anything to say?
I think it's important also as we grieve and rage, don't fall into despair. That's what the capitalists would want. That's what the state would want. We must learn to translate this grief and anger into action as well, which is what we're doing, right? While we're grieving, we're also taking action to call upon the Singapore government to stop their contributions to the genocide. And I think it's important to hold on to that grief. Grief is not something to deal with in the sense that we dismiss it or put it aside, like what Nurul said, but it's something that we sit with, we feel, with an indefinite timeline of what that would look like and how that would look like. And that's what reminds us also that we're human and that we care, and that it is absolutely atrocious that these bombings and forced starvations and blockades continue to happen in our names with our monies, and that we should feel all the grief and anger to want to do something about it.
Oh, if anybody has any questions, you can just type it in the chat for us to answer.
In the meantime, you can give some closing thoughts.
Or anyone has questions for each other?
I have a question for the group. Okay, because this hunger strike is very short, right? It demands, like what you mentioned, it demands a lot of reflection very fast in 48 hours because things will end. In fact, we barely have 6 hours left, right? And then we're gonna embroider and talk, and we have like some sessions after this and done. It's 7, right? So I think I really want to hear from the strikers to share in this very, very, very short 24, 36 hours, right? What do you think has changed in you? Yeah, because I don't want to believe that we went through a 36-hour strike and we feel the same, like we're the same person, right? So I think that's something that I'm going to force a little bit more reflection from the team. Something that you feel has changed, or you feel like, you know what, after this hunger strike, this thing will change in me. I think that's a question that I have for the strikers. Does anyone have an answer? Oh, okay. All right then. So we're going to save that answer for the last reflection. So you guys have to come back. You guys have to come back to here again. Yes, because who's doing the closing for the? Okay, Jeremiah.
So I just wanted to thank everybody for their transparency and being so vulnerable. It's just beautiful being in such a safe space, right, to see all this authenticity. So we'll be back at 6:45 p.m. to address the public, and we will end our strike on camera at 7 p.m. by eating dates. In the meantime, our program for the day is a sharing about Dabka. Dabka is a folk dance form widely practiced in Palestine. It is performed on joyful occasions as well as an expression of resistance despite grief. In this sharing, a local Dabka trainer will be talk about the cultural significance of the art form and her experiences learning and practicing the art form in Singapore and in Palestine. You can follow SGHungerStrike4Gaza's Telegram channel or Instagram page for more details about the programs over the next 2 weekends.